Okay, good afternoon everyone. So today I'm doing a bit of a sculpt for Nanolith. I don't normally stream on a Friday obviously, so it's a bit of an ad hoc stream for me. Apologies for keeping you waiting as well, I was just grabbing a coffee. Oh, just had Max send me a lovely image through. Let Max know I'm just on stream. Okay, so if you were here before when I was doing the Nanolith boss sculpts, got this one which is Eliza. Now I had to do a little bit of a tweak to this one. Basically the scaling on the model is completely wrong. I didn't realise until we printed it out, but it needed to be, the base size needed to stay the same because it was 30mm, but the actual miniature itself was basically had to be scaled up to 130%, so I've scaled it up, it's bigger than it was, and now it's got the, I've actually just repositioned the legs that contact the base just to make sure they actually still fit, and I've put these little broken out rocks on the tips of the feet at the front as well, just to make sure that there is a point of contact. So she's ready to go now. Let me just rename her. I need to get the correct spelling for Eliza as well, because I know it's not spelt the way I'm spelling it. Okay, so now I need to go and get the next model. So this is the next bit of concept art. I'm just going to download this and I'll use it as a picture in the corner. Did I save it? I hope I did, because Max has sent me about 100 million pictures in the meantime. So finding his source material is going to be like pulling teeth. So talking to Max about these models, they are going to be made available at Essen, I believe. So they're going to be taking printed copies of them to Essen to sell. Whether they then release STL files to the backers for the actual campaign, I'm not sure. Oh, you turd. Literally just found it and I pressed the wrong button and it went off. Okay. Right, there you go. So that's the character art. That's what we're doing today. I don't actually know what this boss is called, so I can't unfortunately tell you what she is or anything else of that nature. So again, there we go. So she's kind of an insectoid type character. I don't know whether to sculpt the portal as part of the model or not. There we go. So again, she's going to be on a 30mm base, so let's just take the 30mm base from this one. Just check the size against the ruler. Now I think the legs are a bit longer than usual, so I'm just going to stretch the legs out a touch. Arms are okay. So I'm just getting some of the body panels. Hey Rich, how we doing, matey? No, this isn't Patreon, mate. This is Nanolith. This is one of the commissions for Nanolith's boss monsters. And do you know what, actually, let me just double check something, because I believe I ballsed up and forgotten to log in before I started the stream. Whoops. Don't know if this is going to work now, but we'll see. How you doing today anyway, matey? Everything alright? Oh, nice. You talking savoury waffles or sweet waffles? You any old bacon and maple route, or are you talking chicken and stuff? Or are you going down the super savoury dollop of ice cream job? Very sweet. Ice cream, caramel sauce, bit of fudge thrown on. Maybe a little bit of fruit if you're feeling like you've got to be good. Tell you, I had to laugh. My kids yesterday, they were Jacob was going to have a sleepover at his nan's house. And he's basically got all his gear together, and then they went off and put their they've got this thing called snack stacks. It's basically like a little stacking pot system that you load up with different snacks, and you basically give it to them, and it's supposed to last them the day, and they learn to moderate and pace themselves from the snack stack. So they pull the snack stacks out, and they're like, "Can we fill these up?" And then Hayley says to him, she says, "Yep," but she says, "I don't want you filling it with just like sweets and chocolates and stuff. Make sure you put some healthy snacks in there too." When I had a look at his snack stack, and in the smallest, they're all different size pots, but in the smallest one, he'd put 2 yellow tomatoes and a couple of slivers of lettuce. What are you doing, mate? He's like, "Oh, it's some of the salad stuff we had left over from lunch. So I put that in there as my healthy bits." When we said healthier stuff, we're talking about like raisins and stuff, you know. didn't mean lettuce and tomatoes, but you know, he was happy with it. He was fine. His choice. But I mean, it was slivers of lettuce. It was virgin and pointless, but token gesture and all that, you know. Ice cream and biscuit sounds far better. You just fancying that today, eh? Oh mate, we've had an abundance of tomatoes all through the summer. So our tomato plants, we put 5 tomato plants in. One of them I ripped up and threw away because they were bloody horrible. They were these little I want to call them harlequin tomatoes. You know, when they've got the 2 colours on. And it was like eating nettles. It just had the most awful taste to the tomatoes. They were disgusting. But everything else we've had has been absolutely amazing. We've had every 2 or 3 days we've gone out there, and we've got like a mixing bowl full of tomatoes. We've had tomatoes with every dinner. The kids have been snacking on them, we've been snacking on them. We just like literally just a huge glut of the things. And we've got these little ones that are the size of like a penny, and they're absolutely delicious. No, we didn't make chutney. I made a couple of batches of tomato sauce for like pasta and stuff. So I put them in a pressure cooker with some other ingredients and reduced them down into like a nice kind of, you know, well infused, bit of olive oil, bit of garlic, some herbs out of the garden and stuff. So we've got several tubs of. I mean, I've used tons in cooking as well. You know what I mean? We've made loads of dinners, loads of salads, loads of sauces and casseroles and things. God, everything we've eaten this summer has been bloody tomato based. But it's great. And we've put no effort into them either. It's the crazy thing. Like, we've literally just let them grow, planted them, tied them up, and you know, we've watered them when it's been dry. But other than that, we haven't had to do much watering this year, have we? Because of the crappy summer we've had. But yeah, we've just had. We must have harvested thousands of tomatoes now. I don't know if you saw my post the other day, the weird one with the funny little nose who looked like Gru from Despicable Me. But we've got these delicious yellow tomatoes that grow on one of the bushes, and they're absolutely amazing. They are. If you get a chance to like pick up tomatoes that you're you know, you can grow in your garden, they're so easy to do. We've got them in a position where they're growing up against a fence, but they've got a lot of sunlight as well. And I say such little effort and such huge reward out of it as well. Yeah, it's I've preferred the tomatoes this year to the strawberries, because we've got a huge strawberry patch that just grows like weeds, and it's crazy and out of control. The problem is a lot of the strawberries, they end up getting eaten by bugs, so you end up kind of getting these manky ones that get thrown away. I put a big net over them this year to try and stop the birds getting them, and the birds didn't get, obviously, but the slugs and everything did still. It's quite a difficult thing to try and get a balance on, do you know what I mean? But yeah, next year I'd say I'd probably focus more on the tomatoes. Courgettes was our best one though. We had a courgette that was probably about 18 inches long. Massive. And we harvested that one. It was the first one we actually managed to successfully grow, because all the others have been destroyed by slugs and snails. And then it was kind of growing a little bit wild. There was about another dozen courgettes growing on this plant. They're quite small and underripe still. So we got the big one off, and then Hayley went out there with the secateurs and started like pruning off some of the dead bits and all that kind of stuff. And I just heard, "Oh no!" I was like, what have you done? What have you done? I thought she'd like chopped a finger off or something like that, the way she screamed. And then I turned around and she's standing there with this like sorry look on her face, holding a severed courgette plant, and she'd snipped away at it randomly, hacking bits that looked like they didn't belong, and she'd cut it on its stem, or cut it off at the stem, like literally an inch from the soil. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And what had happened is that the courgette, instead of growing straight up, it had grown up and it had trailed about 8 inches across the soil and then grown upwards. And this little trailer thing, she just thought was like a little, I don't know, branch off or something like that. I don't know. Hacked straight through it, and one whole courgette plant with a dozen courgettes that are just shy of their prime, straight in the bin. Liability issues. Also, you tried to grow some bits when you first moved into the house and the dogs destroyed them. I had the same thing from chickens actually. We were looking at getting some chickens a while back. Hayley's really kind of like proud of the garden. It's like, you know, one of the things she really loves about the house is, like, you know, gardening and stuff. So we were going to go and get some chickens and stuff, and then we were told that they basically eat all your plants, and that, you know, if you cherish your garden, don't get chickens. So we didn't get chickens. Is yours a snip happy gardener as well? I remember when we were in our old house, Hayley went into the garden. She was doing some like pruning, and she was in these like bushes at the bottom of the garden. She was like properly out of the way, hidden, and she was getting all these like piddly little sticks, and they're about 3 or 4 inches long. There was just like loads of them all over this bush. And I think it was where they'd had a little flower on, and the flower had fallen off and wilted and whatever else, and then you get the little dead stem. And she was going around snip, 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 and she got like a handful of these twigs, and she's holding the twigs in one hand, and then the same hand she's like grabbing the twig that she's about to snip, and she snip, 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 snip it with the secateurs. And I heard this scream, and I looked over, and basically she'd snipped the tip of her finger off, the tip of her index finger on her one hand, and she snipped it, and it was hanging on by a little flap, but it was pouring with blood. And she screamed, and she went into panic mode, but she didn't let go of the bundle of sticks. So she got the secateurs that were in the good hand, and she threw them across the garden, and then she's running around like a maniac while I tried to usher her into the house. And like, as I get her in the house, instead of coming over to the sink so I can like clean her up and get her ready to take her to the hospital, the mad cow runs over to the bin and starts like lifts up the flap of the bin and then gently puts all the sticks in. I'm like, you threw the secateurs across the garden. Why didn't you put the pile of sticks down? You know, in the garden where they'd have been fine. Like, just messed up sense of priority, man. She's all right anyway, but obviously it never put her off. Bloody nutter. So when you going out, Rich? Fair play. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how long I'm on stream for. It'll be as long as it takes me to get this done. Hoping to have all of these models kind of prepared for them so that they can take them to a thing after the weekend. Start getting print runs. Is it a local place you're going to then, Rich? The Waffle House? Oh, okay, fair enough. A bit jealous, mate. I had to go and take Willow to the, I don't know what you call it now, like a little role play centre. You know where they have like little kids thing where they have houses and not houses. They have like, you know, a pretend fire station and cafe and hairdressers and doctor surgeries and things like that. And kids go in there and they play dress up and role play and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of them nearby us. And Hayley normally picks her up on a on a Thursday or Friday afternoon after school and takes her to one of these places. And she says, "Oh, they're really good. They're really, you know, they're really quiet. You won't mind this." Okay, fair enough. I'll come then. You know, 9 till 11 o'clock. Sorry, 9:30 till 11. And we get there. It's like a bloody madhouse. There's kids everywhere. Like, I thought you said this is quiet. Oh yeah, it's summer holidays though, isn't it? I normally take her on a Thursday afternoon, you know, after she's finished school. Right, so yeah, so even Willow didn't enjoy it. So it was too busy for her. She's like me, she doesn't do the crowds. I just can't be doing with it, I can't. Yeah, I bet. See, everyone's out in the countryside, aren't they, for summer holidays and stuff. Yeah, bloody tourists. You know, not like I had my holiday on a farm this year. That's nice though. You were coming along to Chilcon Derby, Rich? I'll be going, but I don't know if Hayley's going to be joining me this time around because she's back teaching, so I don't know if she's going to have the time to come and assist. I want to see if we can find another assistant for the day. I haven't done Derby one before actually. I signed up for the Derby one just before lockdown, and then obviously got cancelled, didn't it? Awesome sauce. Hopefully by the time we get there I'll have Nanolith to show as well. Well, actually that's a thought, I might have Max on hand to be playing the game, demoing. See how it goes. You right, Elston? How we doing, matey? Sorry, you didn't scare me then. I'm a bit too alert and like awake at the moment, so I haven't had a chance because I've only just started at 11:30. I haven't had a chance to kind of have the lo-fi chill music in the background, do a number on me, and start sending me off to sleep. How you doing anyway, mate? You ready for your session with Josh later, mate? It's not a secret, is it? I ain't blowing that for you. Oh, nice, mate, nice. Oh, fair dues. Well, in that case then, mate, I'll be down the office again later, I think, doing some, doing a little bit more work. So I've got a lot of stuff to do. I've just pulled the trigger on another Kickstarter project. I'm going to be using Frontiers on my mini factory for the first time as a digital one. Basically, because I don't want to be clogging up my Kickstarter account with another Kickstarter whilst we're trying to get Crystal Collapse prepped and ready. So Crystal Collapse is looking at going live after Essen, but the one I've got primed now, I think it's looking to be going live 22nd of September on Frontiers. So it'll be an experiment for me. We're going to see how well it does. If you guys can give me a bit of a hand pushing it. Basically what I've done is I've taken the models that I've made for the last couple of years. It's literally called Descent into Avernus Chapter 1: A Tale of Two Cities. So it's literally all of the models you need for Chapter 1 of Descent into Avernus. It's everything I've made since I did Captain Zed's Mercenary Company, basically. Right up until Sylvia Savicus and Traxigor the Otter Mage and Lulu the Holophant. So just before they go into the depths of hell. So it's just all the stuff that happens in like Baldur's Gate, basically. So I'll set this campaign page up, and we're going to be doing a bit of promo on that and trying to drive some sales. It's mostly existing content, but there's some new stuff on. There will be some new stuff going in there. Sorry, and then I've got some maps for Descent into Avernus as well, which they're from Tableflip Foundry. They're going to be contributing that. So Tie at Tableflip ran the campaign as a personal thing a few years ago. Had spent about $750 having all these like maps professionally done by one of his contractors, and then never actually got round to doing anything with them. So I'm like, can I have them? And he's gracious enough to say yes. So the maps are going in there as an add-on. The models will be well, we're going to be running it in 2 pledge levels. So the first pledge level is about $60, and that'll get you. It'll get you basically one of every kind of like significant named character, like significant NPCs. And then when it comes to like extras, like tavern patrons and you know, waiters and whatever else, you'll get one of each of them. So I think the core pledge, you get something like 70 models for $60, so it's less than $1 a model, which obviously is the ballpark of what people are willing to pay for a Kickstarter usually. So it's good, really good value for money. And then we've got the the all-in pledge, which by my reckoning is 230 miniatures, and we're looking at around about $200 for that one. And that's like, we give you instead of just giving you like one tavern patron, you know, where you need 12 for the scene or whatever it is. You know, you'll be, if you're on the core pledge, you've got to print the same one 12 times over. But obviously, if you're not on the core pledge and you go for the all-in, you get 12 unique tavern patrons. So the stuff that I haven't made yet, I never actually tackled the what's it called? The Elf Song Tavern. Nice, Elston. We'll have to keep an eye out for that one then. Is this a regular one with you and Josh, or is this like a one-off kind of thing? Oh yes, that one. I forget you do that now. Has that kind of filled your Chili More Gamers kind of void, if you like? Don't know what you mean, mate. You've been covering off the old world and all that kind of stuff then. I was chatting to Adam Dodge yesterday, actually. Yesterday or the day before? Recently. Chatted to him in the last day or two. We were talking about the old world. And what's making me laugh about it is, I know they're doing like loads of new sculpts for stuff. And I keep seeing all these like the Bretonian, what's the name? Like the sorceress on the unicorn. But it's like, it's a re-sculpt of an old model, isn't it? It's not something completely new. And I've got a terrible feeling they're going to launch this whole old world thing, and then everyone's going to be kind of going, yay, the old world's back, let's go play Warhammer Fantasy. I'm going to go and dust off the army that I had 20 years ago, and I'm going to play that, and I'm not going to buy any new content because I don't need to, because it just means I can use my old army again. When in actual reality, you could have just carried on playing Warhammer in the original iteration and just done the same thing. But I've got a real feeling that an awful lot of gamers are going to be itching to dust off old gear and not be buying the new stuff, and that's going to be a recipe for disaster, isn't it, if that happens? Because the reason they dropped Warhammer Fantasy in the first place was because of exactly that. And I can kind of see history about to repeat. I don't know if you guys have played Kirby before, the Kirby games, but like there was a Kirby game fairly recently. I can't remember what it's called now. It's quite an, wasn't like an open worldy one, but it was quite a good. It was quite a good game. And there was a character in it called Elfin. And this boss reminds me of Elfin. You didn't miss nothing, mate. Nothing at all. Just doing some mesh extractions and talking to myself because I've got no friends and nobody was here to keep me company. It's alright. I forgive you. For now. I've got another plate of stuff to get on for you, mate, and then your order's ready to ship out. Okay, dude. So I know you ordered one of the skeletal minotaurs, but I suspect it's because I'd only put one on the store at the time you placed the order. There's 4 up on there now, so I've run the 4 off for you. You're not wrong, mate. It's the downside of being your own boss and what do you call it? Having nobody in the office for company. Always, mate. Oh yeah, I was saying about the Descent into Avernus campaign then. So that's going to be running on my mini factory on the 22nd of September. On the Frontiers. It'll be my first actual Frontiers campaign. And I've got to pull my finger out and start painting some of the key characters now, because all of those guys are going to be like key. And I want to show off the actual quality of the models. So not the renders, if that makes sense. And unfortunately, your Narzugon you sent me all the lovely pictures of, mate, he's in the next campaign. So oh god, there's tons, mate. I need to have a look and see what I've already done. So I've got a lot of them kind of half painted. They're all at least primed. It's anybody who appears in the first half of the campaign. So we've got like the Van Famper family, which is like Amric, First Will, Duke Felmer, Slobberchops. I love that name. I think Slobberchops and Lulu are my 2 favourite characters out of the entire thing. Because Slobberchops is just a grumpy bastard cat. Well, he's a demon cat. He's a Tressim. But like, the family don't treat him very well. So he's a bit of like a neglected pet. And he'll follow you around, and if you kind of feed him, he helps you out quite a lot. So you can buy his loyalty with food. And then Lulu I painted last night, actually. I painted her yesterday. Oh, let's see what Anton's saying. Cheers, Elston. I'll tell you what would be nice actually. I don't know if you fancy it, but I know you're a beast for doing like units and stuff. If you'd be able to do a little video, or if that's possible, a little paint up on one of like the mobs or something they encounter. So we've got like the Court of Tiamat, we've got the Court of the Dead Free, the Court of Cain, Court of Bane, sorry. So like little groups of models. So if you fancy doing like a little group type batch paint type thing to help us showcase some of them, that'd be fantastic. I can include that in the campaign. Oh mate, I'm printing stuff for you anyway. I'll throw them in. If you're happy to do it, I'll run some off for you and pop them in the pack. I may already have some in my Chilcon stock anyway. Awesome, mate. Yeah, you can, mate. Do them in your own style. Absolutely, do them in your own style. What I'll do is I'll link your videos in the campaign page, and hopefully that'll help build your following up as well. Same goes for Crystal Collapse actually, if you want to do any of them. Oh, who was the YouTuber you told me the other day to get in contact with, by the way? You suggested somebody and I followed them, but I can't remember who it actually was. No worries, mate. Enjoy your waffles. Very jealous, mate. Have a good one, dude. So you're riching off for waffles and ice cream. I'm sitting here with a cup of tea and we've got a little bowl of snacks. We like some dried mango, banana chips, mixed nuts. It's not a bad tub of snacks if I'm honest, but there's no waffle and ice cream for certain. MS Paints. And did you say you know him personally, or is it like a is it just a channel I should look at? Mate, if you wouldn't mind doing a bit of an intro for us, it'd be massively appreciated. It's one of them, I think a lot of people get like so much like spam and you know, people contacting them online. It's hard to filter out the genuine genuine ones from the spammy ones. So if you're able to pave the way for us, mate, and make an introduction, that'd be hugely appreciated. Legend, mate. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, lovely, mate. Thank you. So we're looking at other YouTubers and stuff as well. Not just like trying to fish out freebies. We're just trying to find people who are best placed to kind of like sell the product to for us. People who've got the right kind of audience. You know what I mean? Guys, you've got to mute your sex. You've got the wife calling.
Hello, I'm just phoning back. Hello, sorry to disturb you. What? I said sorry to disturb you. Do I have a P60? Could you please, like a recent? It's alright, because I'm driving me mad about this DBS. Come on, this DBS thing. Basically, email from the woman at the HR inside of council telling me about if I need to submit with my national insurance on. I was like, well, I did email that to Jennifer Povey at the beginning of summer.
Sorry guys, back now. Hi Raiders, how you doing? Thank you for the raiding. Hope you had a good stream. So my wife's just I left my phone somewhere earlier on. I think she's got it, and she was just ringing me. So, I obviously heard a little bit of her moaning about needing a P60 to get a DBS checked on for school, but hope you're all doing well anyway. O'Malley 667, what are you up to? What you been streaming today? Bunker, thanks for doing the shout out there. Ah, Bunker, you're in the stream. I've only just realised you've just appeared. Okay, so you were with O'Malley then. Okay guys, so yes, basically I'm just working on a sculpt at the moment, which is the picture in the corner of the screen. This is for a game called Nanolith, which went through Kickstarter a few months back. They're doing fulfillment at the moment. They're going to Essen to be showcasing it and showing it off. Oh, now you've got a migraine kicking in. That sucks. I feel your pain there. I get them occasionally myself, and it's no fun. So you do have my sympathies. But thanks for dropping in the raid anyway. Hopefully we'll see you back here again. And I'll jump in and have a little look at your past streams as well. Throw your follow. So thank you for that. So yeah guys, the models we're working on at the moment. This is the boss for Nanolith, and it's going to be a special edition model that the guys are going to be selling at Essen. So if you're going to be going to Essen, or you've got any intention of getting over there for any reason, have a little look out for the Woodpecker game stall. You'll be able to pick yourself up one of these. Bunker, if O'Malley's incapacitated, what were the streaming today? Caught you off guard today, haven't I? 'Cause I don't normally stream on a Friday. Yeah, all good, thanks, mate. Yeah, just doing the sculpt for Nanolith today, so I thought I'd do it on stream. I've missed a couple anyway, and I had an opportunity to stream, so. Second, I've just got to sort this P60 business out for Hannah. Right then. What have you been up to, Bonker? Oh yeah, very nice. I should spend a bit of time doing something along those lines at some point as well, but I'm not 100% certain if Twitch is the most viable option going forward, like. We're going to start seeing people jumping off to like that Kick or other platforms, I think maybe YouTube even, but I can see something, but I can't really make out what it is. Looks like someone eating spaghetti with chopsticks. Kind of guessing that's not what it is though. I'll render. Oh right. Is that the rabbit at the front, is it? Oh yeah, no, totally, definitely didn't get that from from here. Sorry, mate. It'll do walking a rabbit. Nice. No, it sounds silly. How kind of critical are these to you? Kind of you twitching? Is it just a brand thing, or is it like? Is it something that people expect when they come and watch you? It's like, oh no, he's just a pleb. He hasn't got any special emotes and stuff. That's the thing with me. I think if I thought it was critical, I'd make some. But you know, I'm always moaning I don't have time for anything, so. It's one of them. I can't justify putting the effort in if it's non-essential. As much as I may like to do something, but. Ah, right, so it was 0 effort for you then anyway. That's handy. Fans, eh mate? Fans? Check you out, Mr. Big Shot Celebrity. Is it old people like you? Oh, odd people like you. Handy friends to have though, mate. Oh man, I got triggered the other day because I was watching a video on TikTok, I think it was. And so I was getting those videos posted up. So I was watching a few TikToks, and this one popped up, and he goes, it was like this this Gen Zer, and he goes, he goes, oh yeah, you know, like you know, well, like when you get to like middle age and you like, you know, you hit your 30s. I'm like, fuck you. Middle age at 30, get stuffed. I found myself instantly swearing at my phone. There was another one I saw as well today that made me feel old. Evanescence, Bring Me to Life. 20 years old this year. And a load of other songs as well, but that was the one I remembered out of the video. I am, mate. Proper am. Can't even deny that, dude. Very cool, thank you, matey. Appreciate that, dude. Legend as always. Elston, best to get Dave on like Instagram or YouTube or Facebook. Where, you know, where's the best means of contact? I mean, I'd ask Bunker to review it on his gaming channel, but where he does all his game reviews and stuff. But we established already that that's not even him. Bunker, you're not tempted to start a channel doing game reviews? Oh, legend, Elston. Cheers, mate. I'm feeling pretty positive here. I think the body's verging on done. All these little gold bits on the top of her arms. You only need your hands on screen, mate. Oh, my arse has gone to sleep. Big style. Sounds like a bunch of excuses there, right, Bunker. But no, man. Excuse me. Totally get you anyway. It's hard going, isn't it? If you could just run something live or pre-record but then have to spend a load of time editing. It's going to take a lot of convincing, isn't it, to try and get you to do the latter. I mean, Elston knows. That's exactly what Elston does. And it's not a 2-minute job, is it, dude? Elston, when you're doing your videos, do you kind of sit there and go, how can I be funny in this bit now? Or is it like, are you trying to fight taking the piss and trying to make serious content, but the funny shit just happens? Okay, so this head is weird on this character because it looks like a she's got a kind of humanish head, but then she appears to have like a caterpillar sat on her head. Right, guys, hold on to your seats and brace yourself. I'm about to bust out the boobies brush. Every time I have to use this, I'm always just kind of sitting there kind of going, oh, I'm going to get a ban, I'm going to get a ban. The chicken finish. Wait, sorry, Austin. Sometimes, especially for the beginning, videos do a lot better if there's a laugh at the beginning, but the rest is usually me talking and listening to it back. Then mocking myself for any gaps or weird things I say, or dumb things I've done. I feel like if I did that, my videos would be like just full of stupid stuff. Especially if I'm doing doing videos about supports, because like, I can't remember if I was talking to somebody about it or I was talking about it on stream, but like, too small. We're talking about like supports and stuff, and we're discussing. I always try and find ways of talking about it. I'm trying to remember what the last video yours I watched was. I don't think I watch your videos in order. They just pop up on my feed sometimes. I tend to watch them when they're there, but I don't. Is there one specifically you're talking about? Or? Most of the more recent ones. Give me an example of one, mate, and I'll tell you if I've watched that one. Because I don't tend to know which ones are. When I'm watching YouTube videos, I tend to have them on in the background. Well, I've got them on while I'm doing other stuff, so I'm not necessarily paying attention to when they were released and whatever. Oh, the narrator's back. Oh yeah, Operation Fuck, yep. Yeah, I do like the narrator berating you and calling you a little prick and stuff. I like the character of your narrator. How is Operation Fat going? He gets loose in the upcoming one. What you've manifested him in a physical form, or? Do you know what I quite liked actually? I don't know if I know it's not yours. It's on Josh's videos, on his shorts. He's got that the Slan old one that's not painted. And it kind of keeps popping up as a running joke about how he's sad because everyone else is getting attention but him. Oh, he has free reign, so he's not getting a physical manifestation then. Do you know what you need? Have you ever seen Slick? Have you ever seen Slick Slime Sam? It's gone downhill lately because it's become the same as every other bloody, kids YouTube channel. All the really annoying ones with the annoying voices and stuff. That's it, the unpainted frog. But Slick Slime Sam, the earlier ones, I actually think were really good. So you got the girl who's like the, it might be, and we might have talked about it before, but she's got this like little purple slime, and it's ridiculous and it's rubbish. Do you know what I mean? There's no. I mean, it literally looks like a. I don't even know. It looks like probably something out of like an Ann Summer shop or something like that. In reality, but I'll show you the thumbnails. Yeah, that's it. So this is her little avatar. So you got like. He literally is just this thing here with the glasses and the eyes, and it turns up in every video. Well, I say turns up. It's all about him. So it's literally as bad as that. And you see him moving, but you never see like his feet or the top of his head or whatever it is. It's just yeah. Oh yeah, it's a kid's show. Yeah, I know where you're going with that, mate. But she talks to him all the time, and like he's got his own like personality, and he's like a little ADHD monster kind of thing, running around causing mayhem. So while she's trying to do her crafts and things like that, he's there kind of getting covered in glitter or, doing stupid stuff that kind of causes problems. But it's quite amusing. But the later videos, the more recent ones, they've still got him in it, but they're. I don't know, they're just weird. They're the voice is annoying, like they don't pause for breath. They just talk like constantly. It's like they're scared of any like a more than like a half a second of silence, and it's like they're gonna drop down dead or something. And it really knocks me, that does. So I just, you know, just pace it a little bit. Save this. Try my coffee, see if it's drinkable now. They are, mate. It's terrible. I'm trying to make sure my kids have got a bit of a, you know, a bit of an attention span. But we had when we had our internet outage, when we switched, we didn't switch suppliers, but we traded up the line. I was having all the issues with my old broadband line, and it was with Sky, and it was it was fibre broadband. Sorry, it wasn't fibre broadband. It was fibre broadband delivered through a copper phone line. As silly as that sounds. So they did the. We were getting like really bad service, outages all the time, and they were becoming more and more frequent. I was getting fed up with it, so I phoned up and reported it, and they gave us a free upgrade onto the fibre network that they just installed in the area. So we had this fibre upgrade, and whilst they were doing it, or once they'd done it, the fibre broke. The new connection literally just snapped off, and we had no internet for about a week and a half while we were waiting to get it done. We had to wait for the engineers to come out, and whilst we had no internet, my kids could not even kind of Hey Razor, how you doing? Yeah, they couldn't cope with the having to watch terrestrial TV that had adverts on it, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, kid, we grew up with adverts all the time. You just accept it as part of what you're doing, you know. Yes, it's great when you can fast forward them, but my kids have got no tolerance for an advert. Oh, it's afternoon here, but yeah, how you doing? So I was working on this this boss sculpt for Nanolith. I don't know what the boss is even called in this case. I know the other one was Eliza. I don't think I ever got the name of this one. And Max can't even join the stream and tell me because he's on holiday. And if he joins the stream today, his wife's going to bury him in the woods in before he comes home. He's been forbidden from doing work stuff while he's on holiday, which is fair enough. So what, you been busy? What's been keeping you busy, Razor? Got no ears. Bloody hell, Bunker. Thank you. Let's save that then. You playing Elston's game now, trying to catch me off guard and shoot me up? Nice. Are you over in the States, are you then? So we haven't even had proper summer over here. It's been terribly wet. And last year we had proper scorching hot temperatures. So there was entire like weeks where I couldn't even work in my office. I was having to cancel all my streams. I had to. Well, I don't think I started. Don't think I started streaming then actually. But yeah, the whole weeks where I couldn't work in the office because the temperature in here was about 35 degrees Celsius. It was just too hot. It was ridiculous. And then this year, by complete stark contrast, the weather's been bloody awful. It's mad how you can go from one year to the next and have such different weather. I mean, everyone goes on about climate change and everything else, but you think it'd be a kind of a recurrent trend that it would be repeatedly hotter? First statue. How big? How big are you going, Bunker, with it? Not allowed. My brother-in-law's the same. He's got I've not printed them for him, but he's got a few like Star Wars characters he's picked up. He's got the big Space Marine, McFarlane Space Marine that I helped him paint, the Dark Angel one. So he's got certain things that he's done. And the sister-in-law just will not allow him to have them on display in the house. It's forbidden. Grazy, you talk about school as well, by the way, mate. Are you a teacher or a student now? Then my next question is, what do you teach / study? Oh, I need to get another print on a little bit actually. I've got some orders to get going. And I just realised the printer's not running, which means that the print's finished. Nice, what subject are you doing? These butterfly wings will be nice and interesting, and I think I probably am going to end up sculpting the portal. Or maybe not actually. No, I'll leave the portal off. Unless Max specifically asked me for it, I'll leave it out. you guys give me a second. I'm just going to reposition myself on my chair a little bit. Do a little cushion plump. And Bunker, you never did tell me what O'Malley was streaming earlier, by the way. Ah, fair dues. I thought you said he was painting Death Guard though. That's already in there, isn't it? Painting Death Guard, surely that means they've already netted you. Remove any little crappy bits of. I'm seeing a few little random pixel things floating around. Well, when you do that and you've hidden everything, and you're looking at what is apparently a blank screen, that is typically a sign that you've got random loose floating pixels. It's always a good idea to then invert and delete. rollers really annoy me. I'll have to post a little picture of it later on the Discord channel, but last night I took about 40 minutes, I suppose, painting up Lulu, the little flying elephant. And I'm sitting on a table, but she's a golden elephant. So I'd already got a prime black, so I did a quick dry brush of chocolate brown to rebase it. 'Cause I always find, I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but like if I'm painting silver, then I tend to paint silver onto a black base. But if I'm doing gold, I always tend to use brown instead, like dark brown. I just feel it kind of works a little bit better. But yeah, so anyway, I was doing this sculpt, painting up this sculpt rather, and then I realised I'd screwed up because the golds don't really. It's quite difficult to use actual true metallic metals and do gold blends. Not the coffee, the transitions from one shade of gold to the next. I think part of it might just be I just don't have that great a range of gold paints. So instead what I did was I used I reverted back, even though I painted in brown as a base, I reverted back to using silvers. So I did incremental dry brushes across the model using gunmetal to start with, and then up into steel, this is Vallejo colour, which is like a mid tone of silver, and then finishing with actual silver, which is like the brighter shade. And once I'd done all of that. The model looked quite nice, but obviously it was silver, not gold. So then I gave it a wash of, is it Iandan yellow? The contrast paint. I think it's Iandan yellow. So I gave it a wash of that, and then I used Skeleton Horde to add a little bit of shade to that, but that was selectively glazed in, that wasn't just like an all over wash. And then I used Snakebite Leather on top of that, and then I ended up going back and picking out all the detail with like picking out all the highlights using it's a scale 75 paint called Citrine Alchemy, and it's kind of a very pale gold, almost silver. It's quite a nice colour actually. It's quite good for highlighting gold. But yeah, I used that and it did a really nice job on it actually. I need to probably get a little bit of wildwood in there somewhere, just to finish off. Just to finish off the highlight, the shading and stuff, and help with a little bit of shape definition. And I need to paint her a kind of a vivid blue eyes, and then to finish the base off, and she's ready to rock. She's got feathers. Obviously, I was tempted to do some like quite bright feathers, but I thought no, I'll just stick with the gold for now. Yeah, man, little celestial elephant. Badass little character. Oh, lovely, thank you, Mike. The new GW stuff from Nova. I didn't like. I'll be honest, I don't really pay much attention to Games Workshop stuff anymore. When I see it pop up on my screen, oh yeah, Matt, how you doing? Mr. Rafe Painter in. Hope you keeping well, dude. Yeah, it bores me. Games Workshop stuff just bores me now. And what annoys me is like they post a new model up, and then 3/4 of my entire Facebook feed or Instagram feed becomes people sharing the Warhammer community pictures of that model, talking about how much they can't wait for it. And it's kind of like, well, and a lot of the time I don't actually rate the models that much anyway. I don't think they're hugely impressive. Let's see what you're sending, Bunker. Yeah, I've seen the Sorceress. I've seen that one a few times. Oh god, that's the wrong screen to be moving. There we go. So we got the Sorceress. This is what I was saying about earlier. Actually, like everyone keeps showing that off, and it's a nice model, but it's very similar to one that was in the range before, with the the Sorceress, Bretonian Sorceress riding on a unicorn. Now they're nice. It's a nice model, and it is better than the original. But if you've already got the original, how many people are going to go and buy it? Do you know what I mean? And then this one. Oh, nice. That is a beast of a model, though. Those wings are just crazy. Yeah, on a warm day, if you put that thing on a windowsill or something like that, then wings are going to bend over double, aren't they? they're like mega thin. It's a lovely model. I ain't knocking the model. The sculpt is beautiful. But those wings are just crazy. Oh, I like these. I like the little peeled faces attached to the end of the cloth. That's a nice little touch. But it's the thing, like that Bretonian Sorceress. I haven't seen the full grid model, to be fair, but that Bretonian Sorceress, I've seen that in 2 or 3 days. I've probably seen 100+ accounts reposting it. And I'm fed up with it already. I'm bored. But for me, it has the opposite effect. Like oversaturation with the subject matter. It's like, first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then, like, when it keeps popping up, I'm like, oh my god, I mean, I've had enough already. Like the Warhammer Plus models that they keep showing off. I keep seeing them and I'm like, I can't be bothered. And I'm sorry, but I know Kev's a big Space Marine fanboy, but Space Marines bore the piss out of me now. Yeah, the casket is a nice model. They're both nice models. Don't get me wrong, they're both nice models. But I'm seeing them too often, and they're losing their mojo for me now. Do you know what I mean? Terminator Chaplain, don't think I've seen that one. But again, mate, I see Space Marines and I switch off. My brain just kind of goes, been there, done that. Not feeling it now. Oh, it's got the Iron Halo. Yeah, that looks like a shit conversion, that does. That's what we're talking about here, guys. So Games Workshop have always used this this item here. It's an Iron Halo, and it's some kind of like battle award for like bravery or something like that. And it's actually an artifact in the game, I believe. It used to do something like an invulnerable armor save or something like that. So it used to give you tangible benefit in the game. It always used to be like sat up on the back up here or something like that, or you know, it would be up somewhere, kind of around a thing. And some clown's gone, oh, it's the same shape as that bit around the collar. We'll put it there, and it ain't being funny. Put it in front of that. You know, it would look 10 times better if it was just there instead of around the outside. I am being a grumpy old man, Elston. You're right, but I do miniature design for a living now, and certain things like that just bore my piss. And it's one of these things where with Games Workshop, I know Space Marines are like cookie cutter templates for them. They've got shit tons of them, like ready made. And when they're bringing new designers on, you know full well they're going to give. They're going to give the noobs the Space Marines. Probably why we get so many bloody lieutenants. It's like, you know, it'll be a rite of passage for a new GW sculptor to make a new lieutenant or something like that. Here's the kit, build it yourself, customise it, let's see what you come up with. And this is one of these things where somebody should have said, shrink it down and stick it on the front. Because that looks cack like frankly. And you're right, the head's not great. The old The old GW Chaplin, the old Terminator Chaplin, though, the old metal one, the last one they did in metal, that was an epic model. And every Terminator Chaplin since has got to live up to that, and this one doesn't, I don't think. I know it was more static, but it was just awesome. Elston, don't tell me you don't sit there grumbling and groaning about things as well. It's just one of every. It's like how many times, and I know they've got their like core ranges that they know. You're mental. They've got the core ranges that they know they've got to cater for. But they could give us some like new content, couldn't they? It wouldn't kill them. Or revisit other stuff and try and get some of the other stuff to sell as good as the best sellers. Do you know, I hate doing these. I hate bending these because legs are such bloody funny shapes. Yeah, the other thing I was thinking as well, guys, I thought Games Workshop were done with resin models. I didn't think they were actually making them again, making resin models now. I thought they would, you know, I know Forge World are, but I thought Games Workshop stuff was going out as all plastic now. If all this old world stuff's going out as resin, it doesn't bode well for their confidence in the range, does it? I think someone was saying, I think it was Adam when I was talking to him. It says like the Bretonians, for example, they're re-releasing the original Bretonian archers, the original men at arms, and that's what we're getting as a, you know, as a plastic set. Like no new release for that one or anything like that. And I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it? They're what, rescaled the Mark 2 and 3? Not sure what they even are. I mean, I know it's Space Marine armour, but I can't remember which Mark. Mark 3 is the old school. No, it was Mark 5, wasn't it? The head sculpt. Hey, Starcry. we do, and I think in about 3 seconds, Bunker's going to be pressing the Discord button. It'll pop up on the screen. There he goes, like a true legend. There you go, Starcry. Feel free to jump on the server. You can go and post your stuff on there if you've got any anything you want to promo on there. There's a promo channel. What else we got? Showcasing for your painting, your printing. Ask any questions about anything. How are you doing today anyway? This looks a bit like that. What's that Pokemon? Is it Caterpie? No. Yeah, Caterpie. That's what this reminds me of. Not too big. These little tentacles that are around the head now, these are going to take the piece. Because they're going to be so breakable and so small. We had to have a few discussions. Last time I worked very closely with an artist. It was a guy called Dio Mahisa. If you don't know Dio's work, if you've not seen it before, I really would encourage you to go and check him out because his work's bloody amazing. I think he's on. Let me just find his Instagram page. But we had some quite in-depth discussions about designing for sculpting. And what you tend to find is a lot of people who draw. If you go and commission an artist to kind of make content for you, or to do concepts for you, sorry, they tend not to be thinking about the miniature. They tend to be thinking about the concept, what's going to be cool. There you go. Let me show you his page because he's a badass, man. There you go. It's Dio. So when I worked with Dio before, and he did some really nice designs for me, we had to have. Oh, I like that one. We had to have a chat about the various different like things that weren't sculptable, for example. So here's a prime example. So these fireballs are on the outside. If I was sculpting this as a miniature, I could do the monk sat on the rock. That's not a problem. But I'd need some way to be connecting these fireballs, and it was kind of trying to get the artists to kind of think about those kind of things. That's a nice, awesome one, isn't it? Very cool again. Oh, that's an interesting character. It's like a null centaur. Beautiful one there. Loving that one. So yeah. Oh, there's one for me. So this is one of mine for a for the game I'm working on. And so you can see the date on this. It's going back a while now, 2020. So I've had this sat in a folder doing nothing with it for years now. So I'm starting soon, hopefully. That's another nice one. You'll see a few more of mine in here somewhere, I imagine. But yeah, I am Dio on Instagram. Give him a follow. But we had a bit of an in-depth discussion about, like, say, what worked as a model, and the kind of the limitations of the medium. And he gets it now. But obviously, the guys who are doing these sketches for Nanolith, we're working with him on another project actually. It's a guy called Alex Aquino. He's a great artist, but obviously he designs kick-ass illustrations. He's not necessarily designing miniatures. The fact that we're making miniatures out of his designs is secondary. So we've had to kind of have a few discussions about, you know, what works, what doesn't work. It's worth thinking about, obviously, when you're you know, if you're ever in a position where you're engaging artists to do things. If you're designing for miniatures, always think about the actual end product, because you can't just have free floating bits. They've got to come from somewhere. They've got to be attached to something. And like these little wispy tentacle things, they're going to be killer. Start, ooh, possibly, mate. Well, just dude. Oh. Maybe they couldn't hang around and just needed to they want to jump into Discord, so maybe they got questions to ask later or something. Don't know. Maybe it's a random bot and we're going to get spammed to buggery later on. I mean, is that a thing? Do bots join chats and ask for Discord channels, or? Maybe he's a Discord salesman who was trying to sell us a channel. And then when I said yes, they know the leads are dead. Four wings or 5 wings on that? 5 wings, I think. Let's bring that up there so it touches the tentacle bits. Tentacles, yeah, what they call them. Feelers. And I'll rotate them down. Could be. I think he's looked at my Twitch page and gone, yeah, this looks crap. Let's see if we can get some work out of it. Do you know what I'm thinking? There's something quite Catan about this character, isn't there? What, the Necron God character things? What's that? Oh, it's quite a cool design, I think. I'm just trying to make sure there's a couple of contact points here for this. We get one to touch to the forearm, and then rest on the shoulder. That means it's less fragile, which means I can get away with making it slightly thinner, which is what the design is calling for. 34 thickness, let's try that. Okay, right, let's do the next one. The next little tentacle at the back is a shorter one. Right, so this time I need The stroke is going to be like that, I think. Got a piece of premium get my words out. A piece of premium demon summoning kit today. Are you referring to your 3D printer again, mate? Because it's not actually summoning them, it's just physically not seem like magic. Ah, the puzzle cube from Hellraiser, nice. You've been tempted to print stuff like that yet? Or is this a 3D printer you're talking about? What, you mean you mentioned it and then someone ordered it for you? That was nice of them. The missus treating you again. Maybe in time, mate. What you need to do is when your screen eventually goes on your printer, because obviously they do, you want to be kind of going, oh, I need a new screen now. It's going to cost 150 quid for a new screen, but I can get a whole new printer for 350. Hardly seems worth replacing the screen, does it? Let's have a little look at this lady's wings. Oh, nice. God, those screens are expensive, aren't they? Was that genuine, is it? What print have you got now? Did you go for the Anycubic one? Mono 2. God, you're right, yeah. Oh, Mono X screen is 184 quid. Can't find it on 3D Joke actually. I'm going for 89 quid if you go direct to Anycubic, mate. That's the Mono 4K, that is. Is it the Mono X yours, mate? Is it the Mono X2? Got 120 quid on 3D Jake. Photon Mono 2. I can't even find the bloody thing, mate. Photon Mono X I can find, and Mono X2 I can find. Right guys, I'll tell you what, I was going to have to pop you on a BRB while I was going to grab a coffee. So, don't go away because I'll be doing our wings in a minute when I come back. Just get this screen up for you. There you go. Do feel free to pop into the store and buy something. Bunker's got a code for you, if you could be so kind, mister. And I'll be back in just a minute. Okay? See you in a bit, guys. And we're back. Ah, 60 quid on Amazon's a bargain, mate. See, my concern here now is you're telling me these things are that expensive. Is this like getting to the end of its supported life where they're not going to be like making the screens anymore? Yeah, it always happens. The new technology is always mega expensive. The 10-inch 4K screens, which obviously, you know, they've been superseded by 8K anything now. They were like 350 quid to replace them when they first came out. Which is crazy, do you know what I mean? But I don't know what they are now. I think they're pretty much about double the price of the 6K or the 6-inch ones. It's like the price is double every time you go up an increment of size. I think we're starting to encroach an area where we've got the 15-inch printers that are kind of almost viable for use for miniatures. The only problem, obviously, you're going to have... Max has been on stream on Facebook. Sorry, Max. Missed you there, mate. Alright, so we're going to go for cube. We're going to turn that into a shadow box. Oh, it's hard to say, mate. They're rated for like however many hours, but the thing is, you've got you've got obviously damage that can occur in the meantime, and obviously the hours of printing is not literally, you know, oh, I've done a print and it's taken like 8 hours, so that's 8 hours off my total. It's like the light on time, like the time it's physically lit up and working. So when you're running your printer, you've got your screen running for 2 seconds per layer, and then you've got maybe 5 or 6 seconds of movement time between the layers, plus a bit of time off delay. So say it's like 8 seconds of movement and then 2 seconds of exposure. So that's only 20% of the print time is actually like active printing as far as the screen is concerned. So if you've got a screen that's rated for like 1,000 hours and you do a 5-hour print, that 5-hour print is only actually half an hour of active printing time. That makes sense. So you'll get quite a lot of use out of them. But you've got to just kind of say, you know, weigh it up yourself, I suppose, and just say, look, you know, am I going to go and buy a new screen when this one goes, or am I going to put the cost of a new screen toward buying a new printer? Because when we first started, you know, going back a few years, you'd have probably said you're better off investing in the screen. But technology's moving so fast now that by the time you've invested in the screen, your printer's redundant. Like I know the guys from Futsal Miniatures, when they were doing buying their printers, I kind of helped them spec it all up, and they weighed up the options and they had a look at a load of different stuff, and they went for X1Ks from EPACs. And they bought about 6 of them, I think it was, for doing terrain. And you know, they're great, except that they're 2K printers. And because they're 2K printers, they're very, very rapidly redundant in the current market. When you start your printing empire, mate, you'll be investing in multiple printers and running them simultaneously side by side, so how do you feel you're getting on with your kind of like printing progress and stuff like that? Do you feel like you're still learning stuff, or do you feel like you got a good handle on it now? Because you seem to be doing pretty well as far as I can see. I think the main thing, mate, is like I think I said before, it's just about being able to kind of like fault find. Because what you don't want to do is jump into doing it as a business too early. And I know I've said like loads of times before about kind of like the quality issues and things, about you don't jump in until you're ready for it, until you're comfortable that you can produce the quality that's going to kind of get your customers coming back. But the big deal really from a personal point of view is obviously if you're running this as a business, you don't want it to be kind of like causing you undue stress, which means you've got to be competent for it. If you're not competent for a job, then that's the one thing that's going to kind of cause you to break down and kind of like not be able to kind of deal with it. And I'm not talking about competence in a kind of a a nasty way, saying you're an incompetent printer or anything like that. But it's like I'm talking about competence in a kind of actual physical, like sense of physically being able to do it to a point where you're no longer a noob, if you like. And the big benefit you'll get from that longer term, which I think you're already starting to get, is when stuff goes wrong, you're able to deal with it. Because you don't want to be trying to rush out customer orders, have a massive glut of them and find your printer screwed, and you're getting fails that you can't actually physically deal with. You don't know what's going wrong with them, and you're kind of sitting there melting down because you're doing everything you think you should be doing, but you can't figure out what the problem is. Do you know what I mean? So if you feel like you're getting to that kind of point where you can, I'll tackle the problems, I'll take it all on and stuff, then start planning, mate. Start planning from there, because that's where you want to be at. Oh, you're trying to use Sunlu stuff? I was chatting to Adam at Pagan the other day, and he was telling me he was just dusting off his 3D printer again after a couple of years of like non-use and whatnot. And we were talking about resins and things, and he was going to use he was printing off a load of terrain pieces, and he got some Sonic Aqua 4K that I told him to buy for doing minis. He was going to use that for terrain pieces. I'm like, don't be a clown, don't use the expensive stuff for like scenery, you know, buy some cheaper stuff. And I told him about the Sunlu stuff, and he went online and he didn't end up going with Sunlu in the end, but he found the oh god, what we call it now, what the brand, Elegoo. The Elegoo, is it Elegoo Basic 2 or something like that? Which I didn't even know was a thing. But he found that stuff, and he was like, actually, you know what? It's really good. It's like 40 quid for 2 kilos of the stuff. So it's about the same price as the Sunlu cheap thing, but he says obviously it's you know, for doing like bulk quantities of terrain and stuff, it was ideal. So the ABS like stuff is better for robustness, isn't it? It's a bit more, you know, handle friendly. Do you find it's a bit softer on the detail though? Because I know that was like my observation of the ABS like stuff before. It was like it can do the prints fairly well, but everything just felt a little bit soft. Let's have a little check, mate. Let's see what you're sending. Oh, so that's not bad at all, is it? You can tell they're not mine now, all these big nibs of things on the bottom. Yeah, that's all looking pretty respectable, those, isn't it? It's sharper than I thought as well. I need to get some cheaper resin to do my what do you call it with? bits of scenery and things. I've still got my resin testing to do actually. That's something I need to get picking up again. It only looks good in those positions. Is that because of the resin, or is that because of the like the way the supports are and stuff, or is it just bad sculpts? I did see a thing actually about it only looks good from that angle. Just write this down, 26 for the main bit. So that's just shoddy, that is. There's no excuse for that. If it was a print fail, then fair enough, but there's no excuse for the detail to have been omitted from the sculpt. I mean, if it was an error, if it was a mistake, fair enough, but you fix that, don't you? And then we come back to the issue as well of like people need to be doing their own supports and their own like painting the models themselves and stuff like that as well. So you see these things because you know a lot of these issues, like I've done it before, you know, an oversight and I forget something, but like by the time I'm doing the supports, I realise that I've done it because I spot it when I'm doing supports. So like it's another chance to kind of, you know, in detail look over the model. Would have been pre-supported, but it'd have been pre-supported probably by somebody else. Who was it from? We were saying it's about pre-supports the other day as well. You know, just because stuff is pre-supported. In fact, I was talking about this on a chat with Adam. It wasn't He'd bought some terrain stuff and it wasn't printing very well, and it was pre-supported. And he needed some assistance to get it to work. So I gave him some tips, and he redid the supports himself, but he'd been trying to use the pre-supported files that had come with the file, and they were just auto supports that had been just thrown on there. You know, with no like, you know, attention or anything about paid to it. Nothing happened there? Oh God, Wednesday I think, mate. So I'm not gonna be. I ain't gonna be doing any streams Monday and Tuesday basically because like it's literally just me and the kids. Hayley's back in school, so she's got to go in for like inset days and training and all that kind of jazz. And then she's got the joy of going and doing like home visits because she's doing nursery. So with nursery, what they tend to do is they spend the first couple of days. They don't have the kids in for the first week. And instead they spend the time going around to see the kids in their own house, kind of get a feel for what they're like at home in a kind of a familiar setting before they come into the school. Yeah, so she's got a busy first week, and then I've got the kids Monday, Tuesday, and then I'll be doing drop-offs in the morning now, every morning. Run the kids to school, and then get back here, get a stream on. I may end up streaming more, actually now. Yours again Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Not Friday. Oh right, got you. Sorry, you mean they? Ah right. So I thought you meant they were in school on that. I didn't realise you got. So you got your kids starting at literally 3 different days. Ah right. Fair play. Makes you feel old, that doesn't it? So we got Willow starting in reception. So she's been in nursery, obviously. She's been only doing half days. Well, I say half days. A couple of days a week, Thursday and a Friday. She's been doing half days. Hayley's had like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as full days for herself. With Willow in school for 2 days, full. And then the Thursday and the Friday, that's been like their like Mommy and Willow time, which has been nice for them. But like Willow's in like full time now, so she's obviously she's in reception. It's not optional anymore to be doing doing part time. So she's got to go in full time now. Which I don't think she'll have a problem with it. She's been doing 3 days a week already, so it's not a big adaptation for her. But I think Hayley's gonna struggle. Hayley will be worse than the kids. Willow will just get in there and just be like, yeah, let's just do it, Dad. Hayley will be all a big teary mess because the little ones are growing up. Bloody hell, your oldest is 21. You are an old bastard, aren't you? You make sure you get a good one, Bunker. It's like come back early after. Oh. Is he down the Weatherspoons? Is he at opening? I don't think I'll ever actually retire, I won't. I think I'm just going to carry on doing what I'm doing here forever. Okay, so something I've discovered about this tool is if I align it like this, I hope I'm right now. If I align it like that and then I switch to my bend curve, it realigns the tool. Because this goes across the x-axis, but I keep forgetting to orientate it stupidly. Going to bring that up there, rotate it around like that, switch to bend curve, and now my curves are in the right place. send Max a little update on this, and we have to log off and knock it on the head, I think. My arse has gone numb. I know he's going to be back with the kids in a bit. I need to go and put dinner on. So, let me just get this dude, or this lady rather, rendered up. Right then. So guys, I am going to have a little look and see who's on that we can raid out to. Thank you all for joining me today. And I'll not be back Monday, Tuesday, but Wednesday, fingers crossed, I should be back streaming again. Oh, there's nobody on. That's a shame. We'll have to just just leave you to it. Bunker, have you got any suggestions for a raid out, or you any of your regulars on? Gamers. We'll just drop the stream then. So thank you everybody for joining me today. Thanks for keeping me company. I'm gonna probably finish this over the weekend, so I'll put some posts up on the group on the Discord once it's finished, and you'll be able to see them at Essen if you're about. And yeah. Keep your eyes peeled, because I've got a Kickstarter coming up, and we've got the Kickstarter for Crystal Collapse, and I've also got the Frontier campaign on my mini factory for the Descent into Avernus Chapter 1 stuff. Oh yeah, and the Warlock Kickstarter Warlock. Oh yeah, totally should mention that. Let me just pull this one up on screen. Cheers, Bunky. Totally reminded on that one. Actually finishes like today or tomorrow. Oh yeah, it's still the Warlock. We've got 45 hours to go on the privateer. There we go. So have a little gander on that. There's still 45 hours to go before the campaign is wrapped up and finished. We're over 2,000 now, which is great. Let's see if we can push on to the 3,000 mark in the final 24 hours. Hopefully, as the month's passed over, we'll have a few more backers on board. So I'll be putting some social media posts up over the weekend, try and get a bit more last minute backing on it. Please share it around as well. Help us get the numbers up. It's all appreciated. And then the next campaign will be 230 unique miniatures for Descent into Avernus. So if you know any DMs who are looking for campaigns or looking for miniatures, they're going to be running anything, then yeah, definitely give them a heads up and let them know it's coming. Okay guys, so thanks again. You all take it easy, and I'll be back on Wednesday with more streaming. In the meantime, if you want to get hold of us, just drop a message on Discord, and we're always about there. Okay, so cheers guys, have a lovely weekend, and if you've got kids, I hope they go back to school without drama next week.